Good morning. How are we doing? There we go. We're running. We're running. All right. Today, we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to wrench a little bit. I got to clean this place up a little bit. Maybe have some visitors. We'll see what happens. What I am going to do is turn on the lights and get this place cleaned up. I will try to be active on chat here and respond as we go. I'll put as much stuff on the bench as I can. And we'll see how it goes. So, what I got is a couple of bins, some Home Depot bins. Got one I'm gonna put garbage in, one I'm gonna take home. The rest of this stuff, I just gotta straighten up. It's just a mess in here. Got trash upon trash. So, we'll get it cleaned up. Trash upon trash. That box can go home. So, if you were around yesterday, you know that we talked about St. Arnold root beer. So I went out and I bought some. I'm gonna put it in the fridge, get it cold, try some out later. Uh-oh. My kid left a monster open in the refrigerator. When I closed the door, it spilled everywhere. I guess it fell out of its little perch. Jeez. Making a mess worse. Hey, at least the floor will be clean in a spot. Let me have some water. Thanks for nothing there, kid. All right, let's throw this fucking monster out. That takes care of that problem. Don't do that to me again, kid. All right, that takes care of the fridge. Let's take care of some other stuff. Got some bins. Let's see what we can do with them. I'm running out of space for cars. I need some more space. Or I need to take some cars home. All right. Get my bin up. Let's go through some of this junk. Let's see what's trash and what's not. I should put together a bin. A box of like wires. Maybe? Yeah, let's try that. I'll set a box. I'll put my wires, mounting stuffs. Put some NNRC stickers up here. There's an old Tekno motor mount, J&T motor mount. It's all stripped out. That's junk. I don't even know why I still have it. Got a receiver. I didn't know I had that up there. That's good to know. There's some solder. I didn't realize that was up there. It's a Hobby Wing ESC. If anybody needs spare. I have a life battery. That's trash. I have to get rid of that and recycle it. Right. Some motors up there. Old front wing. That's trash. What else? That looks a little bit better up top. Let's work over here. I have a giant mess. I'll show you kind of what it looks like, maybe, if I can. Maybe? Does this work? If I turn that. That's a big old mess. That is a big old mess. So we'll have to deal with that. Let me put my bin down. And then we'll run through this. Got some cleaning stuff. Let me put these bodies down. Yeah. Ziploc bag, I'm sure I'll need. All right. wheel wrench on a broken 1.5 driver. I'm gonna have to get a new tip for. Let's see what else we got. Some tire spikes. I can put those here for now. Some extra drivers. My thermal paste, CPU thermal paste. So I use on my my oxide ESCs. If you don't know, I put my LCRAM oxide ESCs right on the deck, screw it down, and put a little bit of CPU thermal paste in there to help conduct the heat. Let's see, an old servo. Looks like it could use probably some gears. Put my Dremel away. Rid of some boxes. It's already looking better. Let's see, we got a bunch of wheels that I can't really use. Some old ones. Some worn out ones. These are all good. Stacks of tires that I can't run, or they're worn out. Actually, I'll leave these for Scott. He can run those if he wants. Good tires, whose name I won't mention. Yeah, this place is a mess. I don't know how I let it get this bad. Gearbox. Old gearbox. Mr. Savage Guy. That's be for you, my friend. Trash it. Bin it. 30% pro car that's old. I should probably throw that out at some point. Maybe I could run it and see. All right, where were we? What's next? Let's see. All right. Why did I? Okay. Let's see. We have. I don't know. Better hang on to that. The shock caps and bladders, plastic. What would I do with those? Those come out of monster truck. There's some nice bullets here. I'm gonna hang on to those. Might need those one day, but I will not need plastic shock caps and bladders. If you need them, let me know. I'll take that carrier apart and save the bits of it. Ah, brand new clutch bell that I can't use. Or won't use. It's not that I can't. Oh, did I just throw away that Kyosho cover? I can keep that. Hang on. That'll go with that air filter. We'll keep that. It's a nice nip handle. This white marker is probably trash. I don't know what this switch cover is for. These things we'll probably take apart, save some parts. Oh, servo horn. Where's the rest of that? Kyosho clutch. Brake pad return spring. There's some bearings. Let me put those up there so we don't lose them. Eco Power servo horns. We will need those. Bin stuff. I have a standoff, and it's not broken or bent. Why is it here, I wonder? Better keep it. Some more Kyosho parts. Let me put those together, actually, in this bin. Oh, I do not lose them. Like that. I don't need these servo horns. It's trash. This is a camber gauge I got somewhere. It's not very good. I don't use it. It's just there. Another +4 standoff. And shock tower from it's like the old ET48 or the MT410. The old model monster truck. Let me bring my trash bin over. What should I do with that clutch? I'll put that with the other Kyosho parts. And I just have stuff laying around. Kyosho parts. Show parts. The shock cap. He'll show a link and it's a motor mount for a Tekno. Hang on to that. We're just doing a bunch of cleaning today. A battery bank over here I should probably clean off and get charged up. I'll put that up here for now. Drill bits. And I just have random stuff lying around. I should do better. Leave that there for now. Here are twist drill bits and a twist drill for drilling shock piston. Worth it if you want to fool around with cutting your own pistons. It's fun to test, I'll say. I don't know that I do a good job, and I don't know that I even like drill the right holes and stuff, but I feel like I'm doing something. I guess that's all that matters. Yeah, I'm gonna disassemble some of this stuff and peel the parts. I don't know how many I'll do. Oh, look, here's old spindle carriers, old shock cap, spring perches. If you're out there, Savage Guy, that's probably a part for you. I don't know, that might be 2 point, never mind. Not a 2.0 part, it's 2.1, 2.2. Here's a crankshaft out of my old 83 that blew up. We talked a little bit about that yesterday on stream. Yeah, that's the crankshaft out of it. What's cool about these things, you know, is as they spin, they have ports cut in them, and basically the crankshaft acts like a fan and pulls, you know, as it spins, it pulls the air and fuel mixture through the carburetor, basically by using the vein on the vanes on the end of this crankshaft. That's pretty cool. To use the crankshaft itself as a means of like aspiration and that kind of stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, you can see some wear on this one, and like I said, this one detonated. I kind of blew up the piston and sleeve, all that goodness. If I think I have that stuff laying around here, but if I find it, I'll show it. Springs. Oh man, I have so many screws over here. Shock springs. I need to go through this junk. Man, I have so much junk here. I feel like we're slowly making a dent, but it's slow. Oh, rub screws. I don't use those. Not shock tower. This one, ET48 2.0. Here's the carb off of that motor that blew. I have some spur and ring gear here. I'll hang on to those. Steel. Stock piston. Where did that Kyosho air filter go? Got the neck for it. There we go. Oh, I got some Tekno pills I need to put into one of these holders. Let's sort that out. These are 2 dots out. Where do we have 2 dots out? Right here. Oh, we got it. 1 dot down and out. All 4. One dot down and out. Oh no, it's just, is it 1 dot? Yeah, 1 dot down and out. I have a bunch of those. I must not use that pill very often. I know I don't use that pill very often. Where can I put the rest of those? Guess I can put them at the center dots, but I'll put them at the bottom. So my center dots can be free if they need to be. Center, down. Nope. Man, I'm just throwing pills everywhere. That's what happens when you have sausage fingers. All right, what are the ones we have? 2 dots down and out. I do use 2 dots down and out. Typically in a D block. Add a little bit more toe. And anti-squat. 2 dots down and out in any of these. Yeah. I have a few. Two dots down and out, up and out, however you want. However you want to orient them. Up and in, could be, suppose, sure. 2 dots diagonal. Is that better? All right. Shock towers. I'll have to find a home for. I don't know. Who's got a 2.0 truck or an old like ET48.3 MT410 setup? Might know somebody. If you're out there in the world, you need some Truggy 2.0 parts, I have some for you. A little bit of Nitro tubing. Kyosho link ends. All right, this is a mess right here. Let's sort it. I mean, this is a mess. I have links. A Mugen drive shaft. Links. Steering link with a bound up. Hey, I need to fix that. We don't need the Mugen. Here's some more blocks if anybody needs some 2.0 truggy blocks. The Tekno, have those. Maybe I'll put all these parts in a baggie. So this is the mess I have to deal with here, right? All these screws. I have more over here. Show Lincoln. Just a mess. I got wheel bearings just sitting out. Nice. What do we got? These unvented Kyosho shock caps I can put aside. There's another Tekno shock cap. I'll be able to use that for something. That link end we probably don't need. That link end we probably don't need. That one let's keep. That out drive we probably don't need. Oh, there's another a drill bit. Just random stuff in placing. More little Kyosho parts. Grub screws. Keep those. Oh, is this old D block? We go through all these screws, I guess. Off. There's the mate for that spindle carrier. An old air filter. Tekno radio box. I think those things are like I think it'd be cool if I could put my entire car into my radio box. Because, yeah. Everything in the radio box stays safe. All right. Let's sort through this stuff and see what to keep and what to trash. These are 2.0 hub carriers. Mr. Savage Guy. I'm not sure you can get those spindle carriers. What do you think this washer is for? All right, I think I've got most of this sorted. Table anyway. Still have more work to do though on the rest of it. This is just one section. Let me get all these screws out of here. Oh, look, more springs. Carb. Oh, here's another spindle carrier. Buggy A block. Looks like. this speedo. I don't know if it's good or not. Should probably test it, huh? It looks like the cap got smashed. That's probably not good. Spin it. What's this? Clutch bell. A half good one. Wouldn't put that back on your car, would you? What did I do with my soldering tips? Ah, there. Man, I have more stuff. Shock caps. I'm gonna say this one has a blown out hole. I'll test it. Is that a 2.5? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Feels okay. I'll hang on to that. A bunch of. Let's sort these out. All right. The bullet. I mean, that. Maybe. Maybe. So, Kyosho. Wheel bearings. I don't know what they're for. This is a split pinion. This pinion got stuck on my kid's car, and we were at Wicked Weekend, and it took like one of the super fast guys to help me out to cut the thing off. I just kind of hung on to it for a souvenir. All right, how can we do this? Let's clear one port here, right? And then I'll just go and get all of the, start sorting. All right, so those would be M4 screws, M4, M4. I don't know what that screw is. I'm just gonna bin that. And if there's any crappy screws in here, I'll just throw them out. Like that one, it's pretty shaped down. Are these rest of these like that too? Let's look. Oh, that one's pretty shaped down. That one's good. That one's brand new. That one looks brand new. Okay. Keep going. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Servo horns. I'll never use. There's a spring too. I use that one for bearings. All right, did we get through all the M4 stuff? No, not quite. Gears. Put all the gears together in one. Let me pop that eye out and I'll throw away the link. Thanks. Probably have a spot just for the eyes. Is this a straight shock shaft? Oh. Why is it here? Gears, ball ends, shock pistons. We'll get to those. And four. Well, these are shock screws. Some more gears. 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 I have some more over on my bench too. Let me see. I think, yeah. Gears. Gear washers. Pistons there. Pushing. Pop this eye out and then save the ball. Hang on to these. Probably hang on to these in my Tekno parts. There's some springs I can put in another bag, and I can just bag these up. A bunch of grub screws. We don't need a bag. I'll sort them. There we go. Some countersunk washers. I don't know. Super fast guys are out today. I have not heard anyone. See somebody. I don't know who's out there. What is this washer for? I'm just gonna throw this out. Stupid camera link or camera gauge. Okay, USB adapter. We use that for camera setup. The old camera setup, the way it used to be. Port for a Nitro carb. Pop these links out. Wing mount bits, we don't need those. All right, let's see. Shock screws. I want to keep those with kind of that stuff. I don't know. I'm just gonna call that little window my shock and bearing stuff, I guess. For now, maybe I'll sort this stuff out later. Oh, here's another M4. Hey, look, I got a bind plug in there. That's handy. And some exhaust springs. That's handy too. I'm gonna put those there with the other one. We have some more exhaust springs. There's another bushing. Where did I put? Oh, I put the bush in the suspension sort of window here. Got bushings. That is a broken standoff, and I was going to show that to somebody. Did I keep the rest of it though. Might have thrown it out. If I did, it won't be much help to the person I want to show it to. Guess that was an interesting failure. Oh, wait. Is that a good bushing for the trap? Yeah, let me see if I can find the rest of that standoff. And we'll use that to show to somebody. Some more shock stuff. Exhaust springs again. Got a bunch of big exhaust springs. Piston we'll throw out. Get a ear off of something that broke. Another bushing. Oh, man, I have a lot of hinge pin bushings. Broken ones. So yesterday I talked a little bit about this. The Tekno long hinge pin bushings. This is the stock 2.2 hinge pin bush. These are the stock 2.0 hinge pin bushes, the short one. They made them a little longer to decrease bind in the hinge pins. However, the first sets of them, I guess, were a little fragile, and the failure mode looked like this, right? So if you can kind of see close, there's a big crack, and like the whole end of it came off. And I don't know, right? Like, how could that happen? Because a hinge pin, I mean, it's pretty heavy. They don't bend that much, right? If you do get a bent hinge pin, it's usually not like this, right? So a little bend doesn't seem like it should break the whole thing. Oh, yes, here's the rest of that standoff. Good. So I can use that to show somebody. Shop screws. If anybody sees something they need, holler. Body clips. There's another hinge pin bushing. I should remember that I have these things here. Another ball link. There's an M4 grub screw. Those are handy sometimes. Another one. Ball link. I wonder what that... Oh, you know what? I know what that bushing is for. I was going to say, I wonder what that's for. That is for the end of a crankshaft. If you... Some cars have setups to where the motor sits too far back in the chassis to get a good mesh on the spur gear. And so I think this one comes from ProTech. I can't remember, but it's basically just an extender onto the end of your crankshaft. So you just you put this on, use a little bit longer screw, and then you can shim it out just like you would your regular crankshaft, and it gives you, you know, that 10 more millimeters worth of crankshaft length to get the spur all the way out to, or get the pinion all the way out to the bell pinion all the way out to your spur. So definitely nice to have. You keep that with the rest of my Nitro stuff. I have a little Avid tub that I've got spare shims and collets and nut. There's a drive pin in there for some reason. Rub screw, yeah. So I kind of keep that together as kind of like my Nitro first aid kit. Yeah, there's a couple of other ones in there too. So yeah, good to have a crankshaft extension. I have some shims in this bin as well. I think we can probably pile in there. I think, let me see. Thought I saw some shims. There's one. How do I pick them up though? Because it's a magnetic. It's a magnetic board here. Maybe it wasn't smart to put shims in there. Washers. I have a wrench. Why do I have a wrench in there? All right, I guess let's sort out. We have lots of M3s. Let's. Oh man, just dump my shim, my Nitro first aid kit. Not good. I don't know why there's a hub pin in there. I have some collet shims in there too. Collet shims are like gold. You don't get them all the time. So I always save them. Always save my collet shims. I also have some outdrive shims in here too. That's probably not helpful. I can put those in a different carrier. I wonder what these little tiny shims are for. I don't know, college. I know it's a little skinny college shim, perhaps. Let me see. Does that match up? Yeah. Okay. It's like a narrow college shim. Those little shims, I don't know where they come from. If you're out there, chat, we will get to wrench in here in a little while. Just doing a little bench maintenance today to start because my place is a mess. And I'd like people to come by and have a visit. So clean it up. Make it look nice. Drive shaft. Right. Let's clear out one of these spots, and I'll start sorting into that. We're gonna have to do things a little bit differently because I have a ton of M3 stuff. So let's dig in. Let's go with cap heads in this one. Let's put all the cap head screws. This one. And all right. For the next one, get this washer out of here. Let's see, we'll go There's an M4. Let's do nuts. Maybe it can work out that we can combine some things into the nut section. Some more cap head screws. Now some more shock screws. I'll put buttons heads there. Yeah. That's an M4. And flat. Button head. This is M2.5. Let's leave that here for now. Let's see. It's a drive pin. Grub screws. So we can leave our grub screws there. Nut. I have to have a section for countersunk, I guess. Grub screw. Do I hear some cars firing up out there? Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, the loop is not on today. Or if it is, this car isn't counting. Looks like Wiggins out there running. Getting the tune-up in. All right, back to sorting. Shamrock, house. What's that mean? I don't know what that means. Phillips head screw. I can't do anything with that. Maybe I'll put the flat and the threes in with the grub screws. Gear. Grub screws. The skinny screws. I don't know what to do with those. And the smaller nuts too. Flathead, cap head, button head, flathead, button head, cap head. Alright, then we just have a port here with some miscellaneous junk in it. Here's another grub screw, and 4 grub screw, countersunk, cap, countersunk, little teeny leader screw countersunk. Cap head, not, little flat, cap, flat, button, flat, cap, miscellaneous, grub screw, cap, what that is. Little nuts are Shocks. I did put some nuts in here. I don't know why I did that. In retrospect, that was a mistake. Cap head. Flat. What's this? M4 grub. 3 grub. Flat. Cap. Nut. Forwarding. I don't know what that's for. And spacer. Oh, there's a collet. There's a diff shim in there, or a clutch shim in there. Some dry pins. Quite know where those came from. Out of a diff somewhere. Some random washer that I can't pick up. Whatever this washer is, we can't figure out what it is. So there's that. And then I'll keep my bind plug in with the extra stuff. All right, maybe I'll put the bearings over here. How about that? We'll just have one dedicated spot for bearings. Perfect. We get organized and I won't be able to find anything. Again. That go. That'll go there. Okay. In progress. Oh, I still have some more screws to run through. Never mind. I still have some more. Let's see how I can pick them up. Alright, cap. I got the fours together. To shave them for trash. Cap, more shock screw. Cap, button, flap, flap, flap. Not M4, cap, cap. Some washers, and a cap head screw. Oh, that was easy enough. What else do we got? Oh, look, I've got a look. Razor blades. Making progress. Shoe goo. Always have shoe goo. Always have shoe goo. There's another shock cap. I wonder if that one's stripped out. It doesn't have a nut in it. Which says to me that probably. Nitro tubing. Progress. My wife took me out on a date to Top Notch to throw axes at stuff. That was a lot of fun. We sat and drank beer and threw axes at the wall. I actually got pretty good. I was pleased. by the end, I was hitting that bullseye pretty good. Sensor wire. I wonder if it's any good. It appears to be. Right. Now we're getting into the end. I've made some room. I could probably bring my car over here. Let me blow this off. 1 sec. Setup board too. I was underneath all that stuff. Right. Ooh. Another spot I got. Yeah. Right. This thing's great. It's a Wolfbox air duster. Super powerful. You can't really use it to clean off a car. It's not as good as an air compressor, but it's pretty good. Let's put the setup board back. Put my truck over there in a minute. Been looking for a spot. Let's see what we got there for now. Savage guy needed some long shocks, and I pretty sure I have some in that bag. So, Savage guy, whenever you come out, pilfer some of that. Another koozie. This one's from Sprinkle Valley, which is a nice disc golf course here in Austin. It's at the Austin Beer Works Brewery. So you can go out there and have some beers, play around a disc golf. It's a nice course. It's very challenging, or it was. I haven't played there in a while. It was quite challenging. Wings. Man, I have some brand new wings. Pretty much brand new. Still in the bag. What is this one? It's got like a plastic thingy on it. Cool. That looks like a Tekno wing. No, it's got holes in it. Never mind. I don't know what that is either. Very interesting. I just have a stack of bodies that I don't even run them anymore, but they're here. I guess I could use them for practice. A lot of bodies. Air filter. Keep those. This is a wing riser. This is also printed by my camper mate, Scott. It's just TPU, but the idea is it has a little kick up on the back, and it raises your wing a little bit. So the idea is, yeah, to give your wing a little bit of lift and a little bit more angle. I think he said 7 degrees angle. So that's kind of fun, something to try out. I keep saying that the man doesn't have a website yet. Get you guys in there as soon as he does. Let's see. Tires. I'm going to give those to a friend. Got a bunch of tire spikes along here with my tools. I bought these for my truck, my real truck. And I took the Badlands badges off. And as soon as I took the badges off, Bronco badges, because it looks super clean with just the Badlands badges off. So I just leave the Badlands badges off. See how that does. We're starting to get it now. This place looks a lot better. I'll show you. You can see the before and after kind of thing. Just putting some tire spikes and miscellaneous stuff right here next to my bench. Yeah, let me wipe this table down. And I'll give you a look. How about that for a notebook? My family got me that for a holiday. I don't remember which, Christmas or birthday or something. All right, let's clean this, wipe this table down. And then I can kind of get you a look. Now, no loop today. No loop today for the super fast guys. Can't listen to them run. We can't listen to their laps today. I wonder if that's my fault. Like, I wonder if they're like, oh man, that guy was out there broadcasting our times. What is going on here? There we go. This stuff's fantastic. Eco Power motor spray. You can use this for your electronics. And it's yeah, extremely flammable, clearly. But yeah, recommended for cleaning electric motors, circuit boards, and connectors. Radio control models when they are not powered. Yeah, so leave the battery out, right? Yeah, good stuff. Eco Power motor spray. It's kind of equivalent to brake cleaner. Except you can use it on your electronics. Who sauces their tires out there? I don't. I bought this because a lot of people do, and they use PB Blaster and spray it on and then heat it up, I think. I've never tried it. I don't like the idea of putting solvents and stuff. You gotta breathe that crap. Ugh. But I might try it one day. We'll see. Don't hold out hope. Hey. All right, let's clean up this table now. We got most of everything sorted. Now we can start to put things back to where they belong. Start thinking about taking this stuff to the dumpster. I'll put these up here. Wings. Why should I put wings? Down here for now. Or maybe I'll say over here. Yeah. We're making some progress. If you were here a little while ago, you know what it used to look like. Yeah. It's a lot cleaner. I have to fix the camera right. No, that's too far. Get back. Right? Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, let's straighten this joint up. Buggy body, keep on my buggy. Thought I'd bring my truck and put it here. Why am I blocking up that space? Cleaning things. These are my kids' wings, so I'll put them by her desk. All right. Then I'll get my truck on the bench. Where's its body? There. Gets my truck on the table. And we still have room for some miscellaneous things. Oops. See if we can close this lid. I actually have too much stuff in this bin. It's all parts. I just smash it down. Parts and screws and all kind of jazz. Just smash it down and hope for the best. Whoever gets some parts gets some No Name RC podcast stickers. How about that? Springs, spring perches. Yep. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Hello, am I back? Yeah. How we doing out there? We're getting close to getting clean. Let me find my bag of springs. These springs in there. Barb, crankshaft. I didn't find the other bits of that motor. I won't get to show you that. But there's a cracked piston and a torn up sleeve somewhere. I'm gonna try clean up my kids' bench just a little bit. 2.0 gearbox, Mr. Savage Guy. I don't know what he's got with all these tires just laying around that are all blown out. Well, got some more oils laying around. Add these to the oil box. Right. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Quick bio break. All right. Let's see. Oils. I have a lot of oil. Never have the one I want. One I need. Actually, I'm actually going to put some heavy oil in my truck today. Let me find my springs. Truck springs. Because I want to, let's see. We did greens. Greens in the front. And pinks in the back. What is a heavier spring on a truck? Let's see if I could find Tekno spring chart. How do I find Truggy spring chart? What's this one? Oh, looks like this one might do. Pink, so green would be the next up from pink in the rear. So I could put those green ones from the front on the back. And I have greens on the front. Now I could put yellows. So I now have 90 millimeter springs on the front and 80 millimeter springs on the back. Let's try to go and set it up the way it's supposed to be. Here's yellow 90s. So we have that. These are orange 80s. How does that rate compared to pinks in the rear? That's like 3 steps up. That won't do. That's front anyway. Oh, but it's 2 steps up from green. You know what? Let's do that. We'll go 2 steps up in both directions. So we go from pink to yellow on the rear, and we'll go from green to orange on the front. Just like that. Yeah, let's try that. And I'm going to put some heavy oil. So let's get the truck on the bench. All right, let's get the truck on the bench. Just cleaning up something real quick. Sorry about that. I know I said I was gonna jump right into it, but I found something else that needed to be straightened. Fire bags. All right, let's get this guy going. Oh, you know, I should put a battery on charge too. Let's do that. I also am going to charge some saddle packs because I have a sense that I might be able to get somebody to drive my short course around the track today. I don't know. Who knows what happens with these things, but I'm going to try. So I'll have a charge set of packs ready. And worst case, I can go run it. I do love to drive that thing. You're an ugly bug, aren't you? Let's get rid of you. You can go outside where you need to live. In here, you're not going to have any fun. I can promise that. There you go, outside. All right, let me charge these packs. Now that we took care of the bug. This is an LIHV, it's 2S. Target current, let's do it 1C, it's 6.5. And next. Yes, it is an LIHV. So I'll get those on charge. See if we can get somebody to drive that thing. Right. Oh, and I gotta put a 4S pack on charge for myself. That would be ideal. Where's my charging lead? I guess this will do for now. I don't know where my regular charging lead went. Somewhere. And a balance cable too. Where did my stuff go? So weird. It's like I disappeared my own things. I definitely charged packs on here yesterday. What did I do with my stuff? Oops, that won't do. This is LAHV. And we'll charge. Hopefully by the time we get done with shocks, that battery will be charged. I can go out and give it a rip and see how we do. Since the loop isn't on today, I'm mainly looking for feel. I don't have a way to time my laps. I know some people around here use a little lap monitor. It's like a little infrared kind of jobby that you sit next to the track and you keep kind of like an infrared transponder kind of in your car. And so as you drive by a little monitor, it counts your laps, and Bluetooth to your phone and all that good stuff. It's not terribly expensive. I want to say it's like $140 or $150 or something like that to get. The only reason I haven't done anything with it is because I think I have to like tear open my car and put the little transponder jobby in it every time I wanted to practice, because it's probably not something I would just leave in the car, but maybe it would be. I don't know. If I could figure out a way to like permanently mount it and always have it pointing out at the lap monitor, and it didn't take too much battery power, it might work. Might buy one of these days. I see some of these guys out here yesterday had them. Maybe that'll be a question to ask if anybody stops by. We'll talk about practice. There's my rears, fronts. And then we'll get this guy off of the bench. I'll bring another stand over with I can put the shocks on it. Another stand, dirty red stand. How about that? Why did I put my bag of springs away? I'm gonna have to put these springs away when I get there. So these covers, my campermate prints these things. They're just TPU, and they have a nice little notch out the back so you can get your turnbuckle wrench in there to loosen up the shock and whatnot. And it does a really good job of protecting the shock cap. I run them on the front, but not on the back. Let's get these guys apart. Let me get one of my towels. So we will need that. I should have something to put oil in. Might just be, here's soda. I'm just bending up the front of it a little bit so the oil actually will run down in there. If it gets caught on the lid. Right. Oh, this needs a new end on it. I'm gonna have to go through these, huh? Grub screw. Ring perch. Yeah, so this end is bent very clearly. So put a new one on. This is why we do maintenance. Take care of the things that take care of you. These are my bump stops. Try to keep the car from bottoming out on hard hits. Shock shaft looks pretty straight. Feels pretty straight. And that's like 750 oil in there now. It feels good. I'm going to change it though. And we're definitely going to change the springs. All right. Driver. Always the funniest noises. Like I said, I was just going to step up to 800 on this one. This is going up 50. That feels really firm. Compared to the 750 I had in there. All right, let's pop this eye out. And I have some more ends over here. I think I have the right sides. Yes. No, those are too short. Those are too long. I don't have the mids. What's in here? Oh, they're in here. Perfect. I keep these things around for a reason. Like a extra bag of stuff for their kit. Like it comes with the different ends. Perfect. Let's come out of the monster truck. Incidentally, that's kind of strange, isn't it? Why? 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 Why does the monster truck come with tuning options for shocks? Does Tekno expect that people are going to race them? You think that's a regular kind of thing? Do a lot of people race monster trucks? Look at that shock boot. It's completely blown out. I guess that bump stop tore it apart. Huh. I have some new ones. Man, that thing is shredded. I'm gonna take my bump stop out. Yeah, wow. There's like holes upon holes. I'll get a freshie on that. I was on there tight. Well, these are some of the rebuild the other day. I put grease in. Oh, this shock shaft's bent. We're gonna have to replace that. Let's see. I almost grabbed that and took a drink out of it. Are my St. Arnold's cold yet? No. Stick with the ATB for now. Don't mix up which can you drink out of. All right. Shock shaft. Need this 5mm driver for these. These little nuts. I don't love. These Tekno shock pistons, you need to use the big washer on the back of. They will break if you don't have that big washer in there to support. The pistons can break. I had that happen in a race one time. I didn't put the washer on. I didn't have any, and I didn't know any better. So I just ran it, right? The piston definitely broke in the middle of the race, and it was sloppy. That's better. Let's let the bubbles come out of that. You know, I'm going to try this again. Maybe. Let's see. We vibrate it. I'll just leave that set on there. And it'll vibrate the whole thing. And we'll see if it makes the bubbles come a little bit faster. Oh, shock boot I need too, huh? Shock boot. All right. Let's get to the backs. They're all the same length? Yeah. Bump stops. That boot has some holes in it, but it's okay. Shock shaft. Pretty straight. Feels free. Leave that one alone. I don't replace shock shafts unless they are bent enough that they bind. If they don't bind, I don't see any reason to replace them. I'll go 800. Who knows about laminar flow? Fluid dynamics, huh? Fluid dynamics, I think, is something that should be pretty well understood for these shock things, right? Because that's all that's going on. You have fluid, and like the oil is fluid, right? Air is fluid. You have air and oil in the shocks to make an emulsion, and those tiny bubbles, that's too loud, I'm gonna turn that off. Those tiny bubbles are what goes through the shock piston holes, and in the inside of the shock piston holes there's actually some friction. Let me pull out my brilliant ideas I had while pooping notebook and show you kind of what I mean. So let me put the oil in this one first, and while the bubbles are coming out, we can talk. All right, so let me do that, and then we'll come back. Promise, we'll have a discussion about fluid dynamics inside of a shock. Fluid dynamics inside of a shock. Feels nice and free. So we'll let these sit here and have the bubbles come out. And while we do, yeah, so fluid dynamics, pressure, friction, all those kind of things, right? So inside of your shock piston, we'll just draw like a little bit of a, all right, so this is the piston body, right? Or the shock body. I'm just going to make a messy scribble. And in there, there's a piston like this, right? And inside of that piston, there are holes of varying sizes, right? And this is your nut there in the middle. And so if you were to take this cross section, and if I was to cut across one of these holes, right, you'd have, like, this is your, say this is your piston. Maybe we'll give a little taper. How about that? So that'll be, yeah. And this is a hole. So fluid is going to go back and forth through this hole, right? And this hole, you'd have, you know, 1 millimeter, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and on and on. And kind of what happens is, since you've got this, so your hole runs here, and there's all these little bubbles, different sizes, all this stuff, right? And they sit in here. And whenever this piston is going to move through the oil, these bubbles will go, so as this piston comes down, the bubbles go up, and these bubbles will actually have a little bit of a friction, surface tension thing that goes on the walls of the holes. So there's two kind of things at play here. So if you've got a hole, let's say you got a hole this size and you have a bubble this size, this bubble has to first squeeze through the hole, right? So that takes some amount of effort. Then it needs to pass through the hole, and it's going to grip on the sides of this hole a little bit. Now, is that perceivable? Probably not. But what it amounts to in the car, as you go like wildly wild variances, right? If you want really small holes and thin oil and big holes and thick oil and that kind of stuff, that's how the pack and all that kind of stuff gets changed, right? So a thicker oil might have smaller, bigger bubbles, right? And you know, those bigger bubbles, thicker oil has stronger surface tension. So that surface tension is going to bind on these walls of these holes and on the shock body too, by the way. So the shock body runs here, and the bubbles will also pass around the piston like that. And so there's some pack created there too, right? So the idea is to get sort of the nice balance of holes and oils just right for sort of how you feel and how you want to drive. The other variants I kind of put in there was a taper. Some pistons are flat, and some pistons are tapered. And the idea is that if you had a piston that was flat on one side and tapered on the other side, it would make it easier for the oils to slipstream around the sides. And so typically what happens is you would run the taper facing down to increase rebound speed. And instead of creating, you know, pack there, right? So you taper down, and that will help things blow by the side of the piston as well as through the holes, and increase your rebound there in that case. I mean, that's kind of the general idea of like how this stuff works, but the truth is I don't know too much in detail about it. It's fascinating stuff. I wish I could see inside of a shock as it was functioning, right? As it was behaving. There's a guy who comes out here to the track by the name of Mike Anke, and he has he runs the company, I think, VRP, Vision Racing Products, and they make actually the shock pistons that I run in the back of my buggy. I wonder if the VRP guys have a good sense of how all these things work together. If so, you know what, maybe I don't know him, but perhaps perhaps I could get him to come out and have a chat with us on the bench. That would be kind of cool. Maybe we could get a better understanding of how all these things kind of work together. All right, so won't need that oil any longer. That's trash. Let's start putting these shocks back together. Any bubbles? No. No. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to put the banged up shock caps back on the front because that's where they were. Let me put a little dab of oil in each because it looks like what was in there kind of leaked out. I like to put just a dab of oil in the cap. Just want to make sure there's plenty of oil in the shock. And I always put too much and stuff pours out the side. That's okay. Better to have too much than not enough, I always say. And we'll bleed this guy. Get a paper towel. Just because my towel's pulling double duty right now. Feel the air come out. And there's the oil and air. And you can see those bubbles actually come out right there, right? Like, so you can get a sense of how that really works just from that, the appearance of that. The appearance of bubbles and air. And oil. Alright. Is that pretty well dead? No. So if it's not dead, I'll pump it a few times and bleed it again. And that feels really firm. Hope this won't be a terrible mistake. We'll see. I think it'll be good. All right, shock boot. Bump stops. And new shock ends. And this was a front. We said we were going to put a front spring in the front instead of a rear spring in the front, which is unusual for me. If you see these shocks, those collars are way up there because I run typically long shocks in the front, but today I'm doing something different. That feels good. These pistons are stock 2.2 pistons. Oh yeah, that feels good. Yeah, that'll be nice. Okay. Squeeze out. Crank that lid down. I'm glad I did that. That took a few more turns than I could put down by hand. And bleed it. And we'll make sure it's dead. And bleed it again if we have to. Looks pretty good to me. Get my little bump stop on there. And spring. Feels good. My battery's getting close to charge too. That only took 30 minutes. I didn't crank the bridge anyway. Hey Santos, how you doing, man? What's happening? Yeah, streaming.
Nice.
Why you want to put your car on the bench?
No, I'm good. I've been busy trying to get Ivan to get his car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave it alone.
Take it. No man, you can run it. It's quiet. It doesn't show up. Yeah, totally. The switch is on the other side there. Yeah, do it. That is Mr. Santos. He's a local here too. He's much faster than me. He is a team manager for Tekno. He'll only be a minute. So if this is loud, my apologies. He's just blowing off his car. Need an air compressor. Oh, I'm making a mess. Look at me. Jeez. Let's try that again without sticking my finger in it. A big squeeze. And I drop my screwdriver. You good?
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries. I'm here for you. He is out here helping out Ivan Moreno Jr., who is visiting from California. And he is getting a workout in for Worlds next year. Like some of these other super fast guys that are here this week. If you don't know, we have Jared Wiggins, Ryan Lutz, Brandon Rose, Von Moreno Jr., Reggie Tung. Bunch of pro guys out this week. They're all trying to get a feel for what Worlds is going to be like next year. They get their warm-ups in and car setups dialed and all that good stuff. So these guys all come out and they're running the track all day and then tuning and then running it. And tuning and then running it. And, you know, that'll all be in service of running Worlds next year. Because we will have IFMAR Worlds here at Thornhill. It should be exciting. I'm trying to get something set up before then so that we can take advantage of Worlds being in the backyard, right? If Worlds is here, let's take advantage of it. We'll get, you know, maybe we can get some like driver interviews, that kind of stuff. Want people maybe have some downtime. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I would like to do some stuff like that out here since, you know, it's right here in my backyard. So I'm working on something. Something might be coming along the bench soon. Oh yeah, that feels nice and firm. Good. Let's do the last one. Then we can put them back on the car truck, give it a rip, see how it goes. Also, the position of the piston in the body changes the feel based on how much space is available above and below the piston for oil to move. 800 is a lot. It is a lot. You're right. I'm intentionally going a little bit dumb here. I had 750 in there. Felt nice. I felt like I might like a little bit more support, a little firmer feel. So I'm going up in springs and up in oils. I don't know if it's smart, but I'm gonna do it. Sorry, I'm just catching up to the chat here. I run 700. I'm thinking of going 78 millimeter front instead of 83, but not sure it'll make much difference. Hopefully I can come for the worlds. Yeah, on my buggy, on my trucks, tend to run long springs in the front and short springs in the back. You know, it's all a feel thing. So much of this stuff is a feel thing. It's all about what you like. I think it's funny. Sometimes people come along and they go out and they get, you know, fast guy setups. Then they go and set their car up like fast guys. And I'll tell you, so my Nitro truck, right? I bought my Nitro truck off of Reggie Tung here at the track when he switched off of Tekno. He switched sponsors. And when he did, I picked up his Nitro truck off of him. And when I got it, I put a motor in it, the servos in it, and I changed nothing. I left it just the way he had it before he gave it to me. And as a not so fast guy, that truck was very difficult to drive. Why? Because he sets up his cars to be what he would call and what I would call athletic, right? Very athletic. A car that needs to be driven like hard, right? It needs like constant inputs. It needs the right inputs always, right? If you get it wrong, it's wrong, right? So my point is that a lot of these people who are fast have setups that they can drive, but you probably can't. And I don't understand really why people will chase fast guy setups and stuff like that. Like, oh, it worked for them, must work for me, but I can't drive like them. I can't. I don't have the ability. So why am I going to set up my car just like they would if I can't drive like they can? So instead, I put whatever the hell I feel like putting on the track. Find out. Find out for myself. I don't like to listen to anybody. You've heard me talk about this stuff in my question authority video. If you're watching any of the stuff on the channel, you can't really tell me what to do. I have to figure it out for myself. I have to try it, find out. Does that cause trouble? Yeah. Is it hard? Oh yeah. Do I do things that are suboptimal all the time? Yes. Indubitably. But I'm also learning more, right? You know, FAFO, right? I'll find out. I'm gonna screw around and find out. That's just how I like to operate. You can't tell me that what I'm doing is wrong. It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not listening to you. What's wrong is you telling me what to do. That's what's wrong. But yeah, I don't, yeah, 800 is a lot. And, I mean, I intentionally am going there, just to give it a feel. We're gonna need that. Probably won't need that. Probably won't need this towel. Oh, my stool's gone. We will need a truck. And I will have to do a bunch of work on ride height since we switched springs. And I'm probably going to have to mess with sway bars and stuff too. We'll get there, I guess. Oh, shucks. Where are my little caps? I want to see if I can adjust my group a little. If I can find my 2.0 driver, which seems to have taken a walk. Here is one. That'll work. Yeah, I'm just going to set troop right to the end of the shock. And then we'll tune that back as we need. What did I do with my... Here we go. Right. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna set troop right to the end of the shop. Okay. That's not quite to the end of the shock. Shorten it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. You can't drive like Carlos. I can't. I can almost drive like Carlos. He's still a little bit faster than me. Let me check my. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure my wheels hit at the same time. It's just set on flat on the bench. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll put the backs on. And then we're gonna need to do some for sure. What did I do with the shocks? There they are. Silver screw is left hand threaded and it goes on the left. Right. Last but not least, middle hole, not outside. There we go. Mike, there was some mentions for you earlier, where I found some 2.0 parts while I was cleaning, and I have them set aside. Oh, that could have been bad. Oh, here's my 2.0. I almost didn't put nut on the top of these shocks. I did one. But we need 4. I've done that before. I forgot to put screws all in and nuts all on like shock caps. Taking my car out, turn a couple of laps and warm up, and then it'd break. That's what happens if you forget to leave a nut, put a nut on there. It'll work its way off real fast. All right, let's get a battery. You say you can't drive like Carlos. I think it's not important that you drive like Carlos. It's important that you drive like you and find a thing that works for you. Never mind what other people are doing. Especially those super fast guys who you cannot drive like. I tend to like a lazy setup. Something that you have to plan. You got to plan your way around the track with, right? Yeah, get your inputs in before they need to be there. And I can stay a little bit ahead that way. All right, let me clean up my hands. And, right height. It's going to be blown all over the place. That is above 50 millimeters. 50. That will not do. We need it to be like 39. 39 maybe. Why am I struggling with that? Let's see how that does. No, not even close. Still floating at 44. 10, we'll call it. Mm-hmm. 43. $39. That's better. Right. And what's the front look like? Front's actually not bad. It needs some more height. It's at 33. We'll go. I might leave it. 33, 30, 39. Big difference. I'm gonna bring this up to like 36. That's 35. 35, 40. Great. Let's see what happens out on the track. What the heck? All right. Wish me luck. Get a feel. Much more athletic. I won't be able to hear my motor anymore. Ooh, take that. Yeah, my first bobble. Hey. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, squeeze? Oh, great. That felt great. Did your air compressor break?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, buy a new one.
How old?
Buy the one you got.
How old is it?
About 2.5, 3 years old, maybe.
That's not that old. That's too
Yeah.
bad.
He just quit working the motor. Just quit doing his thing.
Yeah, that one I got is nice.
$100?
Yeah, it was less than 200.
Hop afraid or?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's, I mean, that's their brand, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
Harbor
that's right.
Freight.
Yeah.
I buy tons of shit from Harbor Freight. My bench is from Harbor Freight too.
Yeah, I got one at home.
So what's he up to today?
We refreshed the whole car basically and leaned the shocks in is all we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically what I'm doing. So
Oh yeah.
fresh everything, bearings, everything. 5 minutes. You have to feel comfortable with the setup.
Went up to oil and like shocks.
Huh?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked a little low. I wish I was good enough to be able to be like, hey, loosen my front brakes up a little bit. Like ride height I can do, but like I'm not good enough to be like.
Too. I like half a turn.
Yeah, yeah, I can tell on ride height for sure.
Brake, definitely.
That still looks low at the back when he's on it.
Yeah.
No, you think so? I was actually at the above in the back. It looks good there. Not bad.
Cross speed on is pretty good.
Yeah.
You don't want to ride this one?
Yeah.
Really like that? That's how you're gonna move it.
I don't know. Nice. Looks better.
Body though.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Huh?
Not better.
Yeah. Yeah, now they're like. Yeah. Wow. I know, it's so fast. Right. That's a little bobble, but that's still fast.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Something fascinating with the study is the video.
Oh. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, that was nice. Like to put your body on and not plug in the battery. I do that a bunch too. I get out to the track and I'm like, try to turn my car on and it doesn't turn on. All right. That was nice. That felt great, actually. Oh, you guys say 800 is heavy, but I think that was probably the way to go. That felt great. That felt great. Chat, we crossed 2,000 subscribers today. 2,000. That's insane. I started this channel 3 months ago, 4 months ago, and we crossed 2,000 subscribers. Isn't that amazing? Mm. Root bigger. Wonder if we can play some games with YouTube. Try to get some more people in. Have to play with the almighty algorithm. Really? That might be interesting. I'm trying to figure out, like, some of the games. Might cross 1,000 watch hours tonight, too. That would be insane. Go 2,000 subscribers and 1,000 watch hours? A couple of days? That's insane. I don't even know. I had no idea that when I started doing this, there would be an audience for it. But here we are. And I tell you, it's a lot of fun. I don't think I would do anything else to this truck. I think this thing feels great. What I did was put orange short springs on the front and yellow long springs on the back. And I put 800 weight oil or 800 CST, whatever you call it. How does that work? Is it 800 weight or 800 CST? 8 or 8? Huh? How's it work? What did I do with the bottle of oil I had? Did I put it away? Well, see it. Where's the bottle of oil that I just used to fill those shocks? What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, what do we call that? It's 800 CST? 800 weight? I don't know. I don't know how that works. 50 weight? 800 CST? Oh. I'm just talking out of my butt now. Just looking at it, there's a little bit of slop. I don't know if I can take that out. I don't know if I want to. People say that Teknos like slop. I hear that sometimes. People who drive a lot. As I always complain about it. I'm like, no, Teknos like slop. And, you know, I feel like I can drive pretty fast with it. I don't know. That's what I forget. 800 CST. Pretty sure it equals about 60 weight. Ah, so that's where I was. 800 CST, 60 weight. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I don't ever buy oils that are the low numbers, the weight numbers. I don't know why. It's not any reason. It's just nice and easy to have these nice round numbers, you know? I can go 850, 800, 750, 700. If I really need something in between, which is unusual, I can always mix some oils. Oh, my saddle packs are done. So we might put the short course on the bench. I'll set them here just in case we need them. 800 CST is the resistance to deformation, and weight is just weight. Yes. Is that what they say? Is that how it works? Hey, let me go ask ChatGPT. RC shock oils. What's the difference in measurement? Between CST weight. What they actually are. CST is centistoke. It is a scientific viscosity measurement. It describes how fast a fluid flows under gravity. It's standardized, so 500 CST is 500 CST no matter who makes it, as long as they measure correctly. WT, or weight, is a manufacturer-defined scale, not a real scientific measurement. A 40 weight from LOCI might be close to a 35 weight from Associated and on. There is no industry standard, so weight numbers vary brand to brand. The biggest practical difference is that CST is consistent, weight is not. If you want apples to apples between brands, use CST. For example, Associated 30 weight is 350 CST. A LOCI 30 weight is 300 CST. A TLR 30 weight, I don't know what the difference between a LOCI and a TLR, but whatever. Oh, no, they're just saying that the TLR 30 weight and AE 30 weight aren't equivalent. Right, they aren't. One's 350 and one's 300. This is why most modern racers, especially in 8th scale, talk in CST, chat says. Why? Both exist. CST is the real unit of viscosity, but weight became traditional in the US hobby world decades ago. Companies kept weight around because many customers were used to it, but all major brands now print both CST and weight on the bottle or provide conversion charts. Which should you use? If you're tuning across brands, use CST. If you're following a setup sheet from a brand that uses weight, stick to that brand's weight or convert to CST. Since you're racing Tekno, Kyosho, etc. and doing detailed tuning, CST is the way to go. It's the only way to be consistent. So there you go. That's what chat says. Chat says CST is an actual scientific measurement and weight is relatively meaningless. So we learned something. CST rules all, indeed. That's what I just learned. Weights. I've never used a weight oil before, honestly. Never ever. I typically only buy these JTP oils or VRP because that's what the shop here at Thornhill stocks. And I'm, you know, as a privateer, primarily a privateer, I buy everything out of the shop here at the track. I buy retail. You have charts saved to convert. Do you use them often? use the charts often. I might. I mean, like I said, I never buy anything in weight oil. I have a drawer full of CST. Looks like that. They're all JTP except for this one VRP. Yeah, JTP Ultimate. Get you some Jared Tebow products. Wonder if one day we might have Doofuss products. That'd be interesting. Bench branded. Maybe when I talk to PRP dude, I'll approach that subject. How many subscribers do I need to have my own oil? Charge save to convert only when people talk and wait, and I know what brand they use. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you run across a lot of people who still talk and wait? Most of the guys I run across here, all CST. I talk to especially the Tekno guys. CST. Nobody touches weight. I've actually never talked to somebody here at Thornhill that goes by weight. Usually, and I ask people all the time, like, what do you got in your shocks? And they'll tell me, and it's never a weight. It's always a CST. So ChatGPT must have it right when it says that most 8-scale serious racers run CST, don't even worry about weight. All right, let me take a minute. I'll be back. I need to go and take all my trash over to the dumpster. Just a minute. Majority, but you deal with way more sponsored guys. Oh, I deal with way more sponsored guys? That might be. What was I going to do when I came back here? Get a drink. Oh. Yeah. You were here yesterday. St. Arnold root beer we talked about. Their secret recipe. So I picked it up and gave it a try. It's actually really good. It's better than the HEB, I think. I was told to put it in the freezer. I don't have a freezer here, but maybe when I go home. The one thing I was going to do was sweep the floor. Sweep the floor. Since we're cleaning, better get all the muck out of here. And truck nuts. You guys see truck nuts? It just come off the floor. It's a little stringy, needs to be burned off, but we put these on our sway bar in the back, and you know, your truck nuts on your truck. That's another Scott creation. We were joking around one day. I think we saw somebody on the track and they had truck nuts. But they had like, somebody made them like, you know, the actual like bull nuts thing. Nice. Cleaned up a little bit. Driving one day, drinking a bottle of it. It comes in their beer bottles. It took me a second to figure out the look since I didn't drink beer. I wasn't thinking about the optics. Yeah, you know, I thought about that too. When I went shopping for the stuff, I saw the beer bottle ones as well as the cans, and I thought I'd better get a can. Somebody might see me walking down the street, driving down the street, whatever, with one of those and be like, oh, he's drinking. I had that happen when I was a kid, you know? When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, they used to have these wine coolers that it's like the old school version of White Claws and shit like that, right? Yeah, wine coolers like Bartles and James, and I don't forget the other ones, but the bottles always had a pretty distinctive shape to them, and they were all fruity flavored kind of drinks, and they were sparkling, that kind of stuff. And then separately, so those were all alcoholic beverages, right? The wine coolers. And then separately, there was a brand, and I don't know if they still exist or not, but they're called Mystic, and they made fruit drinks, like just regular non-alcoholic fruit drinks. But the bottles looked just like wine cooler bottles. And so one day, I was walking home with some friends, and I was drinking one of those Mystic drinks. And I got home, and a little while later, my mom started ringing my bell, man. She was mad at me. And I was like, what'd I do? I don't know. It's like, somebody saw you walking down the street drinking a wine cooler. I'm like, really? Because that didn't happen. Like, I never had a wine cooler. Like, who would have sold me a wine cooler, and why would I just be walking down the street with it? At, 14 years old or something. So silly. But yeah, that was a funny thing. Wine coolers. Yeah, the cans have the same design as their beer cans. They do. It was just fruit juice, Mom. Yeah, it was just fruit juice, Mom, actually, in that case. Promise. The and vodka came later. Not much later. I think it was 14 or 15, something like that. Somebody would go and swipe a bottle of their parents' liquor or something. I remember one day we did something pretty stupid. Somebody went and raided their parents' liquor cabinet, but they knew that their parents measured the amounts in the bottles because I guess somebody got caught at some point. And so this guy went and he stole just a little bit of a bunch of different liquors and he put them all in what it was the only thing that he could find, which was a mostly empty A1 bottle, A1 steak sauce. So we had this nasty ass mixture of liquor. I don't know what it was, man. There was gin in there, slow gin. I don't know, vodka, what else? But man, it was gross. And we thought we were cool because we were 14 or something like that, and we had something to drink. I don't know. It's pretty dumb. Later, we figured out, hey, mister, and get somebody to buy us a case of Beast or something like that, right? Milwaukee's best. Beast Ice, something like that. Or what was that? What was another thing that was pretty popular back then? Was Mickey's Big Mouths. Mickey's malt liquor. Mickey's Big Mouth.
Foster's oil cans, you know, Australian lager. Back then, though, there wasn't a lot of different beers to choose from. There were, you know, the big ones, and then Budweiser, Miller, all those guys, and there was, you know, some of the Milwaukee's Best, PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon, those kind of things. But there wasn't Sam Adams, and there wasn't like IPAs and pale ales and all these different kind of lagers and drinks you can, buy now. Maybe one day on stream we can have a discussion about beer. As a hobbyist, I also brew some beer. I know quite a bit about it. What goes into it, technically, all that stuff, even some of the science behind it. So maybe a discussion for a stream one day. We'll talk about beer. Talk about beer and how to brew it. Oh, my sound's not working out well? Well, that's not good. It looks like it works great on the recording, but maybe it's cutting out. Hang on a sec. Let me see what I can do. Give me a sec. I did this. How about that? Is that any better? Is this better? Or hopefully it's better. I am talking. Maybe you can't hear me. There is a little bit of a lag between when I do things and when they show up on the stream. I don't have like the high-speed latency on the chat kind of stuff. But it looks like everything's coming across okay. From the software perspective, it looks like I have an excellent connection. All right, take two, three, maybe. Let's try it. All right. Restarted my machine. See how it works now. Again, it looks like everything's coming across fine in the software, but I don't know. Can you hear me? Let me see. See if I can see myself. Yeah. So weird. I don't know. Let me talk for a second and then I can load up the stream on my phone and see what I hear. Just give me a sec. I don't know if this works. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working okay now. I just pulled up the stream on my phone, and it seems to be working okay. I can also turn off the air condition, maybe. Let me turn it back on, see what happens. Good now, still? I just turned the air condition back on. I'm just hoping that, like, maybe some noise cancellation is stepping on my voice. Something in the, some ghost in the machine. Hmm. Seems to be all good now. Give me a thumbs up if sounds good now. It's good now. All right, thank you. All right, let me go put a battery in this guy. Give her another rip. See if the good feeling sticks. Because it really did feel nice with 800 weight oils in. Oh, I guess we don't need truck nuts. They're already on there. Yeah, let's go see how she does. Let's see if the feeling sticks. Be back. Harry. Well, it's carrying a lot more speed than I was expecting. Yeah, still feels good. I like it. I'm gonna stick with it. 800. And that means though I have to do my Nitro truck. That means I have to do the Nitro. So that was like a race and a warm-up, about 11 minutes. And come off about 28%. That's not bad. I was struggling a little bit with some battery issues on this thing. Late last week, I noticed that I'd put my car out and run a pack, and it wouldn't even make it to 8 minutes or 9 minutes. It would hit LVC and shut off, and didn't work so well. So I took some turbo and things like that out. I don't run a ton of turbo anyway, but I took some turbo out. I changed some of the settings on like the PWM frequency and stuff like that. And that kind of got it into a manageable state for battery life. I think with this ESC and that big motor, it pulls that 6300 pretty hard. I'd try to see if I can get one of those Truggy batteries. It looks like they actually have some in the shop. You know, the 7500 Gens Ace. Because that might be a solution, right? Just a bigger battery that get more milliamp hours, and it'd be a little bit more weight, which might not hurt too. So maybe that's a future. They do look more like pawn shop balls, don't they? Since Mike's and Thornhill are fairly smooth, I like my suspension stiffer. Yeah. When it was softer, you pushed real bad. You can tune that out too. Even with the soft suspension, you can tune out the push. Usually by bringing in your outside camber link ends or something like that, you can get a little bit more aggressive. Even if, you know, everything else is kind of soft. Yeah. Yeah, going to yellow to Orange Springs really helps a lot. In fact, most of the guys around here run Orange Springs. I don't see anybody running reds. It's usually yellow or orange on Teknos seems to be the sweet spot. I did the truck today, right? And I put Orange Springs on the front and yellow in the back. So yeah, and my other truck's got pink springs. Front and back. My buggy has orange front and back. Yeah, my buggy's got orange front and back. What did I put on the short course? Can't tell. Those springs don't still have markings. They look like pink. They probably came off of a Nitro truck too. Run 20 minutes and out at LVC. Yeah. My daughter can. She doesn't drive very fast though. She's new. My daughter is actually I think she might have some hidden talent. Lily's got my son is a point and shoot kind of guy, and he doesn't know how to modulate like his trigger pulls. So his inputs are very stabby and abrupt. You know, he tends to point the car in a direction and shoot it, and point it in another direction and shoot it. Right? That's not to say he's slow. He's as fast as I am. But my daughter, she's brand new, and she's very cautious. What she does is drive around the track slowly, maintain control, and then she kind of adds speed as she feels like she, can. So she gets around the track without wrecking as much. She still wrecks, but I would say she doesn't wreck as much as my son, because he's, stabby, point and shoot kind of guy, and she's more like a keep it inside of the bounds of what works for her kind of thing. And I think that if she keeps going, she's going to be fast too. She's going to be mad at me. I was expressly told not to buy any kits for Christmas. But I think I might buy a handful of them and refresh a bunch of our gear, in which case I'll have a bunch of spare gear too, and maybe can unload some, share some with you. I'll tell you what I'm trying to do lately is I spend all my days here at the track lately, and I practice throughout the day. I run at least 4, maybe 5 packs, it depends. What I've noticed is that I can get around the track pretty quick in practice, I feel like. On this layout, that translates to 45 seconds when the super fast guys are returning 40-second laps. So, like that's good for me. I'm 45. I'm pleased with. I'm all right with being 4 or 5 seconds slower than the super fast guys. When I started, I was 30 seconds slower than them, or more, right? That's probably on average a minute slower. I don't know, but to be 4 seconds a lap slower is not a bad spot to be. And where was I going with that? Yeah, so practice. I run a bunch in practice, and I race, and what I'm trying to figure out is like how to bring the practice mentality to a race. I want to drive on the track like there's not other cars on the track. I just want to drive. And I can do that in practice. I haven't figured out a way to bring it to the track for a race fully. I can do it to some degree or another, but I don't have it yet. I'm not there. But that's what I want. I want to get to a spot where I can do that. Basically just drive like I'm the only car on the track, and there's other cars out there, but they don't matter to me. I'm only interested in what I'm doing, right? I can't always do that. And sometimes like there's an ego thing that gets in there, I think. It's like somebody who came along who's, around my speed, somebody, especially the locals, right? And sometimes you get competitive just out of stupidity. It's not smart. It's really not. It's a failure, I'd say, of mine on the driver's stand. It's not ideal. Don't worry about what other people are doing, and don't try to beat people. I think if you just drive and you go faster every time you're out there, eventually you'll just be a fast guy too. It goes back to that discussion we had about good things compounding, good things making luck, and more good things. Are we having audio troubles again? Let me take a look again. I don't know. I just loaded up the stream on my phone, and it seems fine. I could hear myself clearly, so I'm going to go ahead and say that problem's on your end. But yeah, kits and sharing. It was your end. Oh, okay. I guess I'll do Nitro shocks. I don't want to. My Nitro's dirty. I don't want to get too dirty. Never mind. I'm not going to do that today. I think that might be a when I come back kind of thing. I have to go and have some surgery tomorrow. My elbow and my wrist. So I probably won't be making too many videos over the course of the next couple of weeks, unfortunately. Until I can get my strength and dexterity back. I think the last time it took me about a week and a half or so. We'll see how it goes this time. We will see how it goes. There's only one way to find out. Go have surgery and see what recovery is like. I am not super excited, but it's what it is. I am excited to lose the pain. For me, I have what feels like an electrical fire inside of my forearm and my hand in the middle of the night. It's terrible. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build new kits for next year. Hey, that's not a bad idea. We'd have like a guest bench while I'm banged up. I could come out and set it up. Somebody else could wrench, go out and drive. Maybe. There's a club race this weekend. What if I could get somebody to do that? They could take over my bench for the club race and stream it. That could be interesting. I wonder if I could talk him into it. He's an easy target because he's right next door, you know? We share the same space. He could just slide over to my desk. A wrench on my desk. Might ask him. That could be fun. Or Nathan, Nathan would be actually Nathan would probably be a better person to do it because he talks a lot. I'll ask him. Yeah, Albert would just be silence. Yeah. I love him, but yeah, he would probably be very quiet. Nathan would be good, or Abram. If Abram would do it, he's super positive and energetic too. I don't know if you know Abram. Abram's a nice guy. I like that guy. But yeah, I might do something like that. That could be fun. To have like the guest on the bench, right? While I'm banged up, maybe I get somebody else to come over and wrench and stream. Keep it alive, right? Yeah, Abram's cool. He's actually so he started coming out to Thornhill, and he early on was like he would whoop and holler and stuff like that when he was marshalling, and it was so much fun. Like, you know, if somebody did something sick, he was like, "Woo!" You know, he's excited. I wish there was more of that energy at the racetrack. I wish there were more people that were, you know, bouncy and positive and that kind of stuff. Ooh, Carlos would be great for technical stuff. I'm just gonna ask all of them. Like, hey, you want to wrench at my bench this weekend? I'll clean it up. And it's already clean. We did that today. So all I need to do is kind of move a little bit of stuff off and they could take it over. I'll even let them use my parts if they need. I'll make sure they're Tekno drivers, right? That's Abram, Albert a little bit. Carlos is a team driver for Tekno. Nathan, what's Nathan driving? He's driving Teknos? Abram's driving Teknos. Scott's driving Teknos. Most of the place here is Teknos. Except for, you know, the Kyosho's coming up pretty strong now with, you know, Chris Allison, the owner, runs a Kyosho, and so everybody's kind of jumped to the Kyosho side of things a little bit since Chris stopped running Tekno himself. But we still have the Tekno team manager here, local, Santos. And there's still plenty of Tekno drivers here. What do we get at Thornhill? We get Teknos, TLRs, Kyoshos, a little bit of everything. There's some guys who run S-Works. There are a select few who run HB still. I saw one guy still runs an HPI. Yeah, I mean, I get a little bit of everything out here, but I'll say that majority of people who come out are running Tekno. Probably, you know, it's probably 40% of the 40% everybody runs a Tekno, and the rest are split between all the other brands. I'm not sure about that. That's just a guess. Yeah, that could be good if I get both. Maybe like in separate sessions, right? Maybe I get like one day get Abram out on the bench, and one day I get Carlos out on the bench. Let me see. Yeah, I just put that out there. Who wants to take over my bench this weekend? I'll ask. I'll ask Bogey, and I'll ask Abram, and see where I go. I'll see what I get. That's a great idea. I'll run with that and see who wants it, if anybody does. You want a pillow ball car? You want a car with balls? Yeah. What Bogey runs an AE? If I could get Bogey over here, he could work on his if he takes over my bench. That'd be a pillow ball car. Who else runs pillow ball cars? Patch, Kurt Wenger. Chalmers. I don't know. That'd be fun. Be like a different flavor of Doofuss's bench. You get a different person on the bench and a different car. That's not a Tekno. Because everything I show is a Tekno. Everything I show is a Tekno. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see what I can come up with. I'll see if anybody wants it. That could be a lot of fun. Like a guest bench. Guest stream on the bench. I love the idea. Let me see if I can make it happen. Yeah, the associateds are different for sure. Oh, Abram said maybe. It sounds like Abram might take it. Yeah, that could be fun. I'll see what I can do. Maybe there will be a scheduled stream on Saturday in which somebody else is on the bench. I wouldn't do something like that. Come up with a name for people, for audience members. Doofuss's dummies. You'd just be Doofuss's, maybe. I don't know. That seems weird to give people a bad name, even if it's jokey. I don't know. Maybe it's loving, right? That sounds like I might have a guest for the weekend then. It looks like Abram might take it. That would be awesome. If he doesn't, I'll see what the other guys say. Having Thanksgiving early would be Toys for Tots. I won't make Toys for Tots. Oh, yeah, it's a loving term. Yeah. I don't know. I'll let you guys come up with that. That seems wrong for me to give a name. I don't like it. if y'all come up with a name, that's a different story. I didn't give it. These tires were awesome. They are raw speed, super minis. Good tire. Abram might actually be here now. I think he might have joined in since I sent him a message. Doof Troop. That's not bad. Like I said earlier, we went over. There was over 2,000 of us on the channel now. So I don't know. I'll let you guys deal with that. Over 2,000 people this overnight. It's just crazy. What are we at now? 2020. I've added 1,366 subscribers in the last 28 days. How crazy. Crazy. Abram, if you're here, do it. We'll see. There might be somebody. All right, I'm switching to water. I've had too much sugar. You want to try some triads now? Yeah, triads are fantastic tires. They're my go-to buggy tire out here. Allison runs them all day long out here. I don't know what Lutz ran this weekend. I probably should have bugged him. I should have you know what I should have done? I should have went yesterday and introduced myself because I know he's a raw speed driver. I'm a raw speed driver. I probably should have just chatted him up. I didn't. I tend to, I feel like I'm bothering people, like I especially these guys are here working, right? Like they're tuning their cars, tuning themselves. Me asking them to take some time away from their work seems selfish, and I don't know. It just feels weird. Now, did not stop me from doing it. I did ask Reggie yesterday to swing by the bench for a little chat. I did ask Jared Wiggins yesterday to swing by for a little chat. But I felt bad about it, actually. Like, I felt bad about it afterwards. I was telling my wife last night, I was like, man, I don't really feel good about that. Like, I don't feel like I don't know. I'm wasting people's time. I don't want to waste anybody's time. My goal in life is to not have a negative impact on other people. I try to do that all the time. Now that it doesn't always come across, but I try to not negatively impact other people in life. There's a bit of a people pleaser in me, maybe. So I feel bad if I've wasted somebody's time or caused them some measure of pain, even if, it's only 30 seconds. Yeah, I was thinking that too, right? The pro racers and that kind of stuff. I mean, part of their job is to pimp their product, right? Their sponsors' products and stuff like that. I mean, you hear me talk about Raw Speed. I'm not Thornhill sponsored, but I love this place, so I'll always, pimp Thornhill. Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking is at a certain point, if I can build this up right, if I can build this whole Doofuss's bench thing up right, I will just become a part of their job. Right? Like, they'll have no choice but to deal with me. Because the coverage would demand. But I that's a pipe dream, I'll say. That's not I don't know if that's a thing that could ever happen. But I will say that I might be working toward that. What I'd like to do is I talked to Bogey over here a bunch, and we kind of identified a little bit of a gap in the RC world. In full-scale racing, you get lots of opportunities to get to know your favorite drivers and stuff like that. There's lots of, like Drive to Survive for F1, right? There's lots of material out there that'll help you make a decision as to who your favorite driver is or who your favorite drivers are. What we kind of said was that there's not really a lot of good opportunities for getting to know an RC racer. So, what we're kind of thinking about is coming up with a bit of a format that we could use as like an interview on the bench here, right? Maybe somebody brings in their car, and we talk about life. I don't think it would be very fun to talk about racing because the way things are now, right? Like the interviews that you hear are, if you go out to like No Name Podcast, Lefty does interviews and stuff like that, right? So No Name Podcast is a great avenue for those kind of things, but I don't know of many others, and there aren't any others that are big. So what we were kind of thinking was maybe we could come up with a model that is repeatable, and with all these pro guys, super fast guys coming up to Thornhill over the course of the next year, right, leading up to Worlds, maybe I could sneak them in here, and then, the outside world can get a better idea of who their favorite racers are. Like Drive to Survive Light, right? Like it's, I don't know, talk about how people got into RC racing and talk about, their family and their lives outside of RC racing. The way things are now, like if you can't find a venue to kind of get this content, I don't think anybody would say, Ryan Lutz is my favorite driver or Jared Wiggins is my favorite driver and that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're an RC racer, you probably consume that kind of content already, right? But a big part of what I'm trying to do here is grow RC racing. And that means bringing in people from outside, people who aren't racing yet. I want to grow the sport and hobby, ultimately, right? And selfishly, because I'm here at Thornhill all the time. I go to other places, and I go to those other places, and there are people from other places there too. And they'll say, "What's your home track?" And I say, "Thornhill." And they'll say, "That is one of the top 5 places in the world. One of the best. One of the top 5, top 3. Go." I said, "Okay. We have a club race almost every weekend, but we don't have a club race every weekend because we can't fill out, 16 people needed for a club race sometimes." And so I figured, let's figure out a way to grow the sport, grow the hobby, and bring more people in, right? Abram is actually, he's in my head as like the model to go after, right? Because he's new, he's learning, getting into it, super positive, super energetic, and those kind of things I think are missing in RC racing. There are, the racers and stuff like that are, for the most part, positive and engaging and all that kind of stuff, but it's just not always easy to get to them. Yeah, if you talk to them, you're just networking. Everyone in the industry started somewhere, and the more guys you connect with, the better your chances of getting somewhere. Yeah, I think that's true, right? So I say in life that you have to get a little uncomfortable in order to grow. And that was a little uncomfortable for me. And I'm kind of taking it on as, like, okay, just be uncomfortable. Right? It doesn't have to be bigger than that. And maybe uncomfortable is okay because uncomfortable is how to grow. I don't know. But yeah, it amounts to, I feel badly about wasting people's time. And I don't want to get in the way of their good work. You know, and especially these guys whose, I mean, you know, like their livelihoods are wrapped up in this, right? That is not lost on me. You know, these guys, you know, make or break hundreds to, you know, maybe a few $1,000s by where they place in a big race, you know. They might get some extra bonus cash from their sponsors or what have you if they, you know, podium or not. You know, you don't get it. So, you know, it's not lost on me that this is very serious for those guys. And yeah, again, I just don't like to waste people's time. If we are being honest, one thing about Thornhill is there's no beginner classes, really. It's hard to get everyone to jump into 8 scale. They need cheaper to run classes to get more bodies. I would agree with that. That's part of the discussion that we've had here at the track, too. Chris Allison has said that he'd bought some Mini-Z track to set up in the air-conditioned pit area to maybe have like a Mini-Z club kind of thing on maybe on a weeknight or some kind of thing, and do it indoors on, you know, the Kyosho Mini-Z tracks. I don't know if that's going to be off-road or not, and that'd certainly be whatever the little Kyosho kits are. I'd have to go and look, but that was one thing, and the way he was thinking about it was that he would basically treat it like a spec class, right? And so you would buy a Mini-Z off the shelf, ready to run, and you could make a minimal amount of tuning changes, like maybe shock tower, springs, pistons, those kind of things, oils, right? But then everything else, you know, has to be box stock. That was an idea that they were throwing around over here. I think it's a good one. That might be an opportunity to do something like that, right? Like it's the gateway drug, right? I think that if people were able to get a taste of racing and, you know, get into it, that maybe that would get them into more and more bigger, right? Yeah. So that was one kind of thing that's been tossed around. The other thing is that when we did Thornhill Masters, there was actually an under 16 run what you brung class. It was available. Unfortunately, the only 2 people signed up for it were my daughter and another girl here, whose name escapes me at the moment. So since only the 2 of them signed up, we didn't actually run the under 16 run what you brung class, but it was there. I need to figure out how to get more of those racers in, you know, to run what you brung kind of class. It would be really cool if there was an adult run what you brung class too, right? Like just whatever you brought, put it on the track and send it, as long as it's got a transponder in it to count laps, right? I don't know. But yeah, I think there's got to be some kind of easier entry into 8 scale racing, because it's expensive, it's intimidating. A lot of the people who are already into the hobby have been in the hobby for a long time, and they have their own thoughts and feelings about how things should or shouldn't be. You know, kind of a religious aspect to things. So they're not always the most welcoming, right? Those people that have been in the hobby for a real long time. Sometimes you can get them and they'll be super helpful and you know, help you out, do all the things. Chris Hatch comes to mind out here at Thornhill, right? Like, if it wasn't for that guy, I probably would have left RC racing early on. Because I ran into people who were, I don't know, they've been in it for a long time and they were kind of jerks about things, right? And these are all older gentlemen too, right? You know, these are like 40 plus, 50 plus folks. And you know, somebody came and said something to me after a race. Oh, I remember. We had a crossover. This was a few years ago. Here at Thornhill, we had a crossover. There was a loop. So it was the end of the track, and there was some 180 switchbacks that led to a jump that crossed over a lane that went to a loop and that then crossed under. So it was like you come down off the back, make a 180, make another 180, kind of, and then come over the jump that the people are going onto the front straight from. You could jump over them while they're going. So somebody hit me on the short side, or whatever you call that, of the jump over the lane, and I didn't get enough speed to clear the lane when I came over it. And so what happened was my car goes up and it comes down and T-bones a car that's coming underneath. So like he's coming underneath and I go and T-bone him. And it was the last lap and he was racing for a spot and he almost would have had it, I think. Right? I'm not sure. But I'm going to tell you, that guy was standing next to my car on pit lane at the end of that race. Face blood red. He was pissed. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry about that, man. Total accident. Like, there's nothing I could do. And he honestly thought I did it on purpose. And he even told me so later. He's like, I thought you took me out on purpose. And I'm like, first off, I'm 6 months or something into racing 8-scale cars. I suck. I couldn't do that if I tried. I couldn't do that if you paid me. I probably still couldn't do that if I tried. So, but then it got me thinking. I'm like, well, dude, if you think that I'm out here just driving around to take somebody out, well, how are you driving? Like, are you driving to take somebody out? Are you like somebody who's just going to go nuts? And the answer is yes. And what I found is that there are guys in RC racing that have been around for a long time that are just assholes. Like, they will, like, if you bump into them and stuff like that on the track and you mess up their race, they will do whatever they can to take you out for the rest of the race. They'll make the rest of your race miserable. The good news is that most of the time they'll say something before they, take the rest of the race wrecking you. And what's crazy is that those guys will ruin their own race to ruin yours. And I don't like any of that crap. I think it's all trash behavior. That's also why I like to go out and just drive like I'm the only car on the track and screw everybody else, right? I'll stay out of people's way because, like I said, I don't like to negatively impact people. I don't know. Yeah, so 99%, yeah, that's a great comment, right? 99% of us aren't making a living off this. It's just toy cars. And so, Chris Hatch told me that day, after I was like, dude, what? Like, what even? Like, I don't even understand what happened there. And he says, look, man, we all got to go to work on Monday. And I was like, right? So that puts some nice perspective on it real fast. And, he's just like, look, don't worry about it. Like, this shit happens. Like, some people are going to be dicks. It's just the way it is. Unfortunately, there is some of that stuff in RC racing. I'll say that in the 3 years that I've been doing it, there's less of it than there was 3 years ago. There's less of it now. People tend to be more internally focused, I'd say, than complaining about external things. There are still some people who get mad and slam the bench or the driver's stand and then go down and throw their car on a thing or something like that. But I think for the most part, some of those guys they're just mad at themselves, right? And sometimes they'll even tell you like, "Hey, I'm sorry about that. Like I was just super pissed off at myself because I screwed up, and I didn't mean to make it feel like you screwed me up or something like that." When there's just I don't know. It's just people, man. People are complicated. But if you could find some good ones, hang on to them. Hatch is one of those guys. There's so many good guys at the track. There's so many more good guys than there are bad ones. I won't name any of the bad ones. You won't hear me say that, but you'll hear me say the good guys. It's toy cars, bro. That's right. I mean, it's in the end, right? Like we're all just racing toy cars around the track. Sometimes I'll say that the guys at Thornhill do a good job of reminding racers of that. They'll say things, during the drivers' meeting, like, "Remember, we're just racing toy cars," as to maintain a bit of perspective. It doesn't always work, but yeah, I mean, there's so many people that are good and there are just a few that kind of take away from the whole thing. You just have to ignore the few that take away. I think that's life in general too, right? Like I tell my kid, don't spend time with somebody who doesn't make you better. If somebody takes away from you or makes you worse, yeah, you shouldn't spend time with them. Only spend time with people who make you better. And ignore the detractors. Griping. Yeah, Hatch is a real nice guy once you get him to talk. He's actually he's somebody who does get mad at himself and is demonstrative, but he is and he's also somebody that if you cross him, he'll go after you kind of thing. He's an interesting guy, but he's such a nice guy. Like in reality, such a nice guy. I don't have anything bad to say about him. He put a roof on my house too. He's got a roofing company, and we had a big hailstorm, and he was the first person I called when I needed a roof. Yeah. People say something about me making fun of my own driving. Toy cars, man. I'm having fun crashing. Yeah. Right. Toy cars. Sometimes I make fun of myself on the stand too. I mean, like, "Oh man, why'd you give it away?" All right, let me step aside for a minute. File break. I'll be right back.
All right, back. People always say something about, yeah, we talked about that one. I'm gonna go run this pack. I'll be back. Yeah. You'll figure it out. Charger. All right. Be right back. One sec. Oh, I need to take this. Hello? Oh, that was a surgery center. I got it rescheduled. I have to go in a little bit later tomorrow. All right, be right back. Where'd my truck go? Oh, yeah.
Send it. But my car didn't take it. Oh. On my way back. That was fun. That was fun. On the front straight, there's two doubles now, which is unusual here. We usually have a flat front straight. And I've been playing around with different things, so I wrecked a couple of times because I was trying something. I was trying to see. I can draw it on my notebook. Let's see. I don't know if it'll come across, but we can try. We did this a little earlier too, right? On the front straight, there are, so say this is level ground, right? The front straight goes like this. It comes in, then there's a double. So you go up the double, the gap, and there's a lander. Then there's a little flat. Like that. And then there's another little kicker and a gap. It's a little bit bigger, and it goes flat, and then it kicks up to like a little tabletop that turns around, and then you do some stair steps down. So what I was kind of playing with was on the weekend, I was doing everything. I was doubling, right? Trying to downside both jumps. So I would come in, tap my brake going up so that my car would downside this lander, and then I'd just carry enough speed to make that gap and go. But what I noticed yesterday was some of the super fast guys are doing a couple of things. There's one that's completely inconsistent. That's the one I was trying, and that is to run this double, downside it, mash the gas, and try to make this whole gap from this double to the tabletop. It's really inconsistent. If you short it, the car goes up and down, turn around, everything, because you case it and it's bad. Plus, that's pretty tough on the equipment. So the other thing I saw people do was carry a ton of speed into the first double and air it out, land almost on the launch for the second double, and then roll out. And that seems to be pretty quick too, and more consistent, as long as you get the first double right. If you get this first double wrong, the second is blown. and that's true in any case, actually. You have to get this first one right before you can get the second one right. If you get the first one wrong, you're not getting the second one right. In all likelihood, unless you got to save like Superman. All right, what else can we do today? We can talk about jumps. We talked about pistons and fluid dynamics. Yeah. Maybe I'll save the rest for another day. I was kind of hoping I might get a visitor, but we didn't get one yesterday. We can get one today. It is what it is. Let me get the battery out of this truck. Oh, I still have to go and run these saddle packs. Very important. I wonder what my chances are. Getting somebody else to drive it. There I ran about 12 minutes and I got 23% on my battery. So that's good. Progress. Yeah, that corner tabletop thing, I actually got it a couple of times. But the 2 times I crashed pretty good. I was off the end of the track and into the board. But when I did get it, I got it like twice. I only tried it like 4 times. So half the time I got it, and half the time I didn't. And the half the time that I didn't, it was, you know, I had to walk down and get my car. Yeah, that's actually one of the other things that's interesting about like these super fast guys being here, and they're all tuning up and stuff like that. They're all focused on their thing, and like nobody's gonna go out and marshal you. You gotta go out and marshal yourself because everybody's focused. I did that. Do you know, on the landing on the downhill? Yeah. So the one time, well, actually, I tried it 5 times. I made it twice. I wrecked twice, and the other time, I actually landed on the lane for the where you make the next turn. So I would have been facing oncoming traffic. If I would have done that and with more people on the track, I definitely crossed the lane and landed on the return stair steps. But I didn't have to go down and turn my car over, so there was that. Short course. Guess I need to go and do that, huh? I'm going to take my phone with me. If I can get somebody to drive this thing, I will. Get a video of it. This thing is a beast. If you haven't seen it, I've got a build for it over on the channel. Here's the body. It's massive. And here's the truck. A little bit of a Frankenstein. Look, it's got a leaf on it still from last time I had it out. This thing is a blast. My Frankenstein short course, 8 scale short course. Now, I just need for somebody to make a class so I can race 8 scale short course. That would be so much fun. This is Frankenstein The battery trays are off of an Associated. The motor mount is off of a Mugen. The diff carrier is also out of a Mugen. The chassis is Nitro Truggy, a Tekno Nitro Truggy chassis. The arms come off of a Tekno Buggy. The shocks are Truggy shocks. This radio box is just kind of shoe-gooed on here. Custom job. I hacked it off of the bottom and moved it out to the side. I put an oxide right on the chassis plate, but I also gave it a fan just in case. I don't think the fan's necessary, as we've seen in the truck. In my electric truck, it runs just fine without a fan. What else about this guy? So the side pods are off of the regular Nitro, Buggy, and Truggy. These Nerf bars are off of the Tekno short course. The bumpers are off of the Tekno short course, the SCT410, front and rear. The body mounts are off of an SCT410 as well. And what we did was I followed Chase Ehrlich's model. He was, I think, probably the first person to build one of these and put it out there. So I just followed his model, and we used SCT body mounts. I just drilled them in the front for the standoff screws, and I ran standoff long screws all the way through the body mount, through the shock tower, and into the standoff. This does limits my adjustability a little bit, because I'm gonna have to go and drill holes for anything that I want to make changes to. But you know, if I want to adjust my shocks in or out, I've got to drill holes for that, or spread the plastic and make it smaller, that kind of thing. On the back body mount, I just used the wing mount holes on the rear shock tower. These are shock towers off of a 2.2 Buggy. Definitely Frankenstein. Definitely a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to build. It's a lot of fun to drive. Yeah. Let's see. I need a battery link. And there, get a nice arc. See what the temps say. I need to adjust these. Sorry about the loudness. I've got a couple of fans on this thing. So, I wanna shoot temps 75, 75. There's a setting to change temperature calibration. So the ESC is 75 right now, and the motor is 75 right now. Right? 76, 76, 77. All right, let's try that. I think it sounds like an airplane taking off with all those fans running. I got a fan on the ESC and a fan on the motor. You wouldn't think that would be too much, but man, these things can rip. I think I've got, I don't remember what I have on the back. Actually, can tell. Seven point six volts on the back, so it's not super fast. We are going to need some body clips. These body posts in the back are off of a low CLMT. Where's my body post in the front? There they are. Right. We need some body clips. Yeah, this thing is a blast. So much fun. I'm gonna put it out on the track, and everybody's gonna be like, "What the actual?" Nobody's gonna know what to do with this. Want to drive the SCT? Yeah, everybody wants to drive the SCT. Could you put a rear tower up front? You know, I probably could. I probably could.
Welcome to Doofuss.
It's time. SCT48. Not real. We made it up. Frankenstein. We are gonna have fun. Hi. Learn how to drive. Oh, I didn't quite make it. Oh no. Oh no, traction roll. Whoa. Sorry. Ooh. Oh. Oh, all right. Oh no. 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 Oh. Almost. Oh yeah. Good idea. Definitely a good idea. Miguel's out here almost as much as I am. Yeah.
Sneaking out here. I usually just come on Tuesday. Why did you do that?
Yeah, you had a special week. Hey. And I'm back. As always, that was tons of fun. Switch my radio back. My truggy. Did I put that on storage or... Yeah, I put that on storage. Good. I can put that away. I'm going to put these batteries on storage. Put my body clips back on my truck. Yeah, this thing is a blast. It's almost difficult to wreck it in such a way that you can't get it righted and get right back on the track without walking down off the stand. If you land on your side, you can usually just turn your wheels into the ground and mash the gas, and it'll come right out of it. The only time you really get stuck is if you get upside down. That'll kill you. Champ B. Storage. Yeah, so much fun. Uh-oh. Yeah, that is reverse polarity. Dummy. Storage. This Gen's Ace IMARS D1000 is a heck of a charger. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna rearrange my cars a little bit. Let's see what we can do. Want Nitro truck goes up top. Okay. I know you have no idea what I'm doing. Electric truck goes on the bottom. You know what? I can snap a picture. I can send you what this place looks like. Put my buggy. My buggy belongs on the bench. It's the thing that gets the most action. And we'll put the short course up on the. Where are the body clips? It's so hard to find on this short course. I don't know why it's difficult to get the body holes lined up. I guess just because it's a monstrous body. Monstrous. Yeah. Short course put away. The camera's making your SCT appear to quiver. It is not artifact. It might be the lighting messing with it. I've got a number of lights. I've got a big fluorescent or LED strip on the bench, and I have two LEDs, soft white LEDs that point right down at the car, right down the middle of the bench. I have another soft white one, but I don't use it very often. Primarily stick with these two and the bench light. Sometimes I have the light that if I feel like I need some light on this side of the table, I'll turn on, but it's soft and a warm color, which doesn't play well. Yeah, it really enjoyed the track time. Yeah, it was still shaking from the rip. Well, all right, y'all. I think I'm gonna wrap this up for today and go get myself fixed up tomorrow. Take a couple of days. Maybe we'll have a guest on the bench on the weekend. I'm gonna figure this out. That would be pretty cool. That was a great idea. I will take and run with if I can. See if we can get somebody to wrench and stream. That would be so cool. Put away my batteries. Get a 50 cal steel box, ammo box for your batteries. It's good stuff. Abram said he's down. Yeah, I hope he is. We'll see. I know he said he talks like he is. That'd be so cool. So yeah, keep an eye out. Maybe this weekend you'll see a stream, a guest on the bench. That would be pretty cool. Might be some fun. We'll find out. Yeah, so keep an eye out. I'll try to give some updates along the way here, and yeah. Make sure to go off and like and subscribe and all that good stuff, and we'll see you in the next video when I'm back in a few days. Bye-bye.